Alright guys, yeah it works. Morning. So starting the day with the microphone attached would be an absolute great start, wouldn't it? Put that on the wrong side of the I'm getting used to this kind of thing. Okay, hopefully you should all be able to hear me okay. Right, so yesterday we did the sculptor Tamara. So we got Tamara ready to rock. And today we're going to resume where we left off with the posing. Aid, morning, hope you're doing well. That's a very much needed cup of coffee today. Right then, without further ado. Right then. So the bird pose, I'm fairly happy with. I'm going to leave that as it is. Not going to go changing anything on here. What I do need to do is to sort out the bit of sculpting around the neck. So when I twisted his head last night, you can see we've deformed some of the feathers, so I just need to come back and just do a little sculpting pass just around the neck area, just to tidy up those mangled feathers. And then we're going to go and sort out the... I think she should have... balls. I think she should have had something across the top of the nose as well. I think there's a bit missing off this. It's supposed to go over there. Let me just check. You're going to hear a big ding in a minute because I've got a print plate slicing for a customer order. Crystal collapse. Okay, so this is the character we're working on, and yeah, you can see there's supposed to have been a wrap around the beak, which I've forgotten to do, which is awesome. Let's see if I can sculpt it in situ. Right, so I need to do... and this bit here is also a little bit too wide. Right then. So let's get this bit grouped and polished. Those slices taking a long time. There we go, there's the slice done. This is how we used to do it in the old days before we had symmetry. I was using putty. Just sculpt it where it stood. Okay, so I'm just going to come up here. I'm going to use the move brush to get the height we want. I'm going to use trim dynamic to shave the edges, shave the corners off. Bring the profile of this strap closer to his actual nose, beak, excuse me. It's not a nose on a bird, is it? Or do birds have noses on their beak? Honestly, I don't know. Same again on this side. Just flatten it down a bit. Don't have to be perfect, but just roughing it out at the moment. Okay, we go planer, polish, polish, polish. Not polish, not planer, sorry. H polish. I bought a couple of new mics actually. They came as like a pair. So this new one, it's a little jobby here that let me show you. So I think they're ace. One of these little things. It's a Hollyland. Do you know what? I've got just a little pom pom. There we go. Got me pom pom. So I just look snazzy now. But yeah, they're it's closer to my face, and what I was finding was the old one. It was like one of these. It was like a big snowball, blue snowball thing. I think it's called. And this is. Have you never seen me on screen before? It's right in front of my face, isn't it? As well. It's a good quality microphone anyway. But my other one, I'd have to have it like off to the side or somewhere like that, and obviously I'm not talking at the microphone. I was talking, the mic's over here somewhere. So So yeah, it was always one of those kind of things where it's like it was recommended to me, this particular microphone was that I use the desktop one. But obviously I think people who are using those microphones aren't then trying to work in front of them while they're doing the streams and stuff. So this one here clips onto me, onto my lapel or my collar or my shirt or whatever. And yeah, hopefully improves all the quality. Because I've got a sculpting course that I'm doing on the, I'm going to be launching on the 15th. And I wanted to make sure I had good audio on that one. So I thought I'll invest, it wasn't even expensive. I think it was about 40 quid for a pair of microphones. And I've just got them magnetised to my wall over there, and they just sit up there and charge up, and I'll just dock them when I don't need them. So yeah, that would have been a good idea as well, wouldn't it? But I didn't think of that. I just went for wearable. But how are you keeping anyway? Go for it, painting over on YouTube. How are you this morning? Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, my monitor's not massive. I do kind of think it might get in the way a little bit. So go for it. What are you up to today? Oh, nice. What are you working on, mate? See, I enjoy doing renovations, but when you've got to do them in addition to everything else, and you can't just like go at it for like a couple of weeks straight, it's hard work, isn't it? Hey, James. Hello. How are you? Oh, brilliant. Thank you for subbing, mate. Appreciate it. Have you joined the school or the sculpting channel? Is that how you found me, or have you just appeared up on the recommendations? Oh yeah, yeah, of course, because you can't see. You can't see it, can you? You can't see the chat from other sides, from the other channels. The only reason I haven't added it, though, to be fair, there is actually a reason for it. Because I use the footage. I use the footage for time lapses and stuff. So when I'm sculpting on live stream, I take the live stream footage and I'll edit it into what do we call it? Like time lapses and things like that. And obviously I can't do that if I've got text all over it. Yeah, that's it. Multi-purposing my content, you see. Trying to be smarter. Yeah, very good, thank you, Jay. I have to call you A or J. I keep going to call you James. Wait, AJ, is that alright? Are you going to get her editing your footage? I mean, you can get like AI video editors, but I use one called Wondershare Filmora, and it's quite a good it's good editing tool actually. To be fair, I keep seeing all these AI ones, but I just don't trust them to clip it properly and actually make valuable content from it. Do you know what I mean? I think you'll get clips and stuff, but I think they'll be erratic and they'll be cut short and stuff. So I'm not willing to invest in it. I'd rather spend an hour like tinkering and doctoring my videos and make sure it delivers the content I want it to deliver. I'm not averse to using the AI editors or anything, but obviously it's I wouldn't hang my hat on it and hope for the best. You know what I mean? So this is going to be in her hand. Down with the AI overlords. Do you know what? I don't even mind it so much. I think it's got its place, and you've got to kind of accept it's happening now. Do you know what I mean? It's not going away. I'm still not a fan of it for artwork and stuff, but like for a lot of the other applications and stuff, it's great. Writing code and stuff. I don't know if you dabble with that yet. Have you had a look at things like Replit? Hey, Ralston, how you doing, mate? Come for a bit of lo-fi and chit chat instead. So yeah, there's a whole there's a program called Replit. So I've been watching. Have you tried Replit? Or are you talking about just AI generally? I need to have a look at it basically, but it was I keep listening to like podcasts and stuff while I'm working and doing stuff, and I was listening to the Diary of a CEO one. The what's his name? Stephen. I can't remember his surname. Bartlett. Stephen Bartlett's podcast. It's really quite interesting, but okay. So this one, AJ, is let me just zoom out. So we've got a game called Crystal Collapse, which funded through Gamefound. We've got 40mm miniatures that are inspired. Well, the miniatures aren't inspired. The game itself is inspired by Final Fantasy Tactics. So the square grid. Let me just switch over to my other cameras, and I should be able to show you hopefully. Just remove this one from the thing. Okay. So we've got Sculpty Cam, here we go. So we've got a little bit of a Ifrit going on, we've got some terrain pieces, we've got some Goblin King over here. Excuse my auto zoom. We've got goblins, we've got some of the other characters going on here. And I've got my terrain, oh, there's got a big pole in the middle of it now. This is what I use for doing all my photo staging for the game. So XPS foam, game board, some 3D printed terrain I've made, and we've got a few of the heroes you can see on the tabletop. So what we're looking at here is basically the one of the heroes for this game. So she's the last one I need to do before we get on to finalising the miniatures. So let me just show you the artwork. Get back onto the live stream. There we go. So this is what the character looks like. So she's riding what we call a rockabo. Absolutely, totally not a chocobo in any way, shape or form. Not officially. But yes, absolutely inspired by them. Hey Grimsy, how you doing? So this is the thing. So obviously I've sculpted the bird previously. On stream yesterday I sculpted the actual character. So today I need to pose them all up, get the rider on the mount, and then we've got to get a little bit of a base work going on. So that is going to be unstable as anything. So really I need to put some kind of like terrain type pieces, some rocks or something under there that's going to give this a little bit more anchoring. The base is going to be about 80mm on this one. So it's going to use a bigger base. We've done testing in the game, and basically we were going to use an oval base, and we found that in the game you're facing James, brilliant, nice and easy. So yeah, the facing of the model is very important in the game, and what we were finding was that the oval bases made facing a chore. So we're gonna scale her up and just put her on an 80mm base instead, which is the size that Ifrit's based on as well. So we're using a 40mm square grid, so we want everything to be contained within that. So it might be that she ends up on like a 60mm base rather than an 80mm base, but essentially she's going to take across for like a 2x2 square grid area. Yeah, no worries, Aid. Yeah, linger around, mate. So yeah, so what basically all I've got to do is go finish sorting out this harness on its mouth, beak, nose, whatever. And then we're going to get to the posing aspect. I don't know if you sculpt yourself or if you're interested in sculpting or not. But for me personally, I say I've been sculpting I've been sculpting since 2010. No, I've been sculpting digitally since 2010. I've been sculpting for about 25 years or something like that. I've been painting miniatures for 35. So, yeah, well grounded in like the hobby side of things. But yeah, I've been doing it professionally for as like literally my full-time job now since 2019. Yeah, there's more detail on this one than I would normally include, but obviously what you got to remember with these ones now, we're talking about 40mm scale, so the models are actually quite significantly bigger. And if I get I'm going to turn the light on a second because it's raining outside and it's gone so dark in here, it's not even funny. I feel like I'm sitting here at night time doing it, but I don't like having my overhead lights on when I'm sculpting because it puts a bit of a glare on my screen. But I literally can't see anything. So let me switch over to the camera again and I'll show you the difference between a 40mm model and a 32mm model. Because you'll think it's not a lot, but trust me, it's absolutely massive. So let me find a model that's standing up first. So here we go. Here's that's Selton O'Branch. He's my one of my druids that I've made. He's 32mm scale, and this is Maron from Crystal Collapse, and he's 40mm scale. So 32 to 40 doesn't sound like it's going to be a huge like change, or I didn't think it was anyway. But when you put them next side by side on the table, it's like night and day difference. Do you know what I mean? So obviously, when you're dealing with bigger models, I sculpt everything to scale. So everything that goes into this model is paintable and is relative to the actual size of the model and the size of every other model in the range. When we scale it up a little bit, knowing what the kind of the size of the details we can get away with on the models, if you like, we know on the 40mm model we can get away with that a little bit more. I feel like I'm kind of rabbiting here, but hopefully you get what I'm talking about. Right, let's go back to the sculpting cam. Right, now this bit I'm not entirely happy with. I'm gonna split that off. Let's just save it so it doesn't die on me. It does look like a dwarf in comparison. Trust me, he's proper human sized. But yeah, in comparison to the size of the of Maron, and Maron's just he's just a normal human in the game. There's nothing like, you know, outlandishly, you know, big about him or anything like that. In fact, he's probably the closest to just a bog standard human that we've got. Because he's just standing there looking chill with his hands in his pockets. It doesn't even have like a weapon or anything. Right, I'm going to slice the rings here, because I think I need to change the angle. Scale that up, put groups on Dynamesh, take the middle out. So on the side here, let's just center that. I want to rotate that and bring it in, and then we'll do the same on that and we'll rotate it and bring it in. Okay, now I've just got to get the let's get these bits pushed into it. I'll do the same with the reins as well. Back up here. So I'm just carving some of this stuff back to make my life a little bit easier. I'm not concerned about all the stuff that's hidden inside the model. I just want the outside to look good. Yeah, we've got a massive story with it, mate. So let me pop a link in the chat. Hopefully you all get it. There's loads of story, wikis, and everything else on this link. So hopefully this comes through to the. Yeah, there you go. It's on YouTube as well. I'll quickly show you the campaign page, because we're actually we're closing this in the next couple of days. I haven't announced it properly yet, but we've got to get the pledge manager up. So right at the moment, you've got an opportunity to get a late pledge in. But that is like rapidly waning. So this is the game. So this is what it looks like on a tabletop. So you get the game board, you get some punch board trees, we've got these elevations, got some cardboard standees with the game, but obviously plan is to switch them out for miniatures. Also got the option to switch out for acrylic standees if you prefer them to miniatures. Because a lot of the people who are interested in this game, actually they read it as a board game rather than as a tabletop war game, which is what we intended. So we've kind of pitched it in both directions. We've gone war game and board game simultaneously, and we use a combination of playing cards and D20 dice to determine how it goes. So say you want to attack a hero, you get what we call maneuver effects, maneuver bonuses. So that is things like being on a elevated position, attacking your opponent from the rear or the side. They all give you bonuses. So you get we call it a fate card, is one of the bonuses, where it's basically, it's like instead of adding +1 or +2, you get like plus the value of the fate card. So, and that can be anything from 2 to 4. And then we get other ones like you get an attack token, which gives you an extra attack dice. And then you get the god cards, which are the king, queen, jack and ace. They all have bonus effects when you play them as well. So the idea is you have to try and stack up your cards from your hand that you're going to play. So use the ones that are going to give you the best bonuses. So say you want to use a king, it's going to give you an extra fate card when you attack. So you play a king to get your extra fate card, and that boosts your numbers up. And then you take the attack value of the hero, you take the value of the card that you want to play, plus the value of all of your bonuses that you've stacked up from your fate cards and whatever else. And then you roll however many attack dice you've got, and the intention is to say you've got say you play a 10, you've got an attack value of 6, that gives you a value of 16. Then you have a fate card added to that because you're on an elevated position. So you draw a 3, so your value is 19. Then we take your opponent's defense value away from that, which is whatever card they play. Say they play a 10. So then you're looking at 9 or less on a d20 to score a hit. So the idea is that you use the tactics and the elevations and the attacking angle and everything else, plus all of your skills and abilities and things to stack up your attack value. There's loads of ways you can build it up anyway, but it's one of these games. Like I taught my 9-year-old son to play it. He learned it in like 1 round. So the basic fundamentals of the game, you can pick it up so quick. And then, like, you know, months and months and months of playing, you'll still be working out new tactics and you'll be figuring out new things. And then all of the heroes are unique, so they've all got their own profiles. They've all got unique active skills and passive skills. So, and this is what you get in the game at the moment. Anyway, so we've got 4 unique heroes that we've unlocked. These are new ones, and you can see I'm doing this one now. I sculpted him last time I was on stream, and her on the previous one, I think. He was done a way back. Then we've got the monsters. We've got the Hob King. We've got the Hob Archers. And we've also got the normal Hobs as well. We've also unlocked this app. So what we're doing is this works like a bit like Final Fantasy Tactics. You have a map in the app. You have like a game map, and there's towns, and then there's like pips between the towns that you have to pass through, and you'll get random battles in them. And the app will generate your random battle for you. So it will show you the battle mats, tell you where to place objectives. It will tell you where to place the enemies, where to place your heroes. And then you just tick off and say when you've completed objectives or when you've defeated enemies. And then at the end of the round, at the end of the game, whenever you've met victory conditions, it will then say, okay, you've earned this much experience points and level up your characters, and you've earned this much gold. And then when you get to the town, you'll be able to spend that and buy healing potions, phoenix feathers, weapon upgrades and armor upgrades. Buy hints and tips from the tavern, which will, you know, give you advantages and perks in your next game. So loads of little things like that, and then it'll also tell the story. So we've got, like, you can see on the screen here, you've got like the 2 little characters in like a tavern or a library or something. So you'll have like effectively cutscenes to deliver the story. So we're just having all of our sprites done at the moment. So what you're seeing here, they're just stock sprites, but all of the characters from the game that we've put out so far, we're having them all done as in-game sprites. So we'll have the kind of the app version of the game to support it. So everybody gets this bonus model, which is well, it's actually Rosa from you're a stock sprite. So yeah, this is Rosa from Final Fantasy IV, but my reimagining of her and my rework of her. So she's a white mage with a bow and arrow and a wizard's staff. So the essentials box, we've got it's coming out as an actual boxed game kind of thing. So this will be we'll hopefully get this into hobby shops and have stock available. So you get your battlefield, your rule book, your quest book, your skill cards, the elevations, profile cards for your heroes. It's actually not 20, it's about 23, I think it is. Some trees, some dice. Now we've also unlocked through a campaign, we're now putting a printed dice bag with about 20 odd dice in there, which are all different colours for the different factions. You get your game tokens and your standees. The game board, by the way, is also now double-sided. So there's the planes here, the crystal planes, and then there's also crystal mines on the flip side of it, which we've unlocked as well. And then we've got all the heroes. So we've got the Kingdom of Vaaland hero pack. We've got the Kingdom of Basalia hero pack. We've also got the Nomads of Geisha hero pack, and then the Rebels of Rosenberg. So there's 4 hero packs for 4 heroes apiece, plus the 4 bonus heroes that will come out as the stretch goals, and then there's a campaign exclusive and the extra one. Now, the way the game works is you don't actually have to play a complete faction. So you don't say, I'm going to use Vaaland. Each hero is represented by a suit from the deck of cards. So say you get the wizards are always hearts. Your tanky guys, they tend to be diamonds. And then clubs and spades. Spades are more attacky kind of people. And clubs are usually a little bit quirky. So like we've got like here, for example, he's a dragoon. I think he's a club. So he can leap off the table, place himself back down anywhere within like 4 squares, ignoring all terrain, and go on to attack you immediately. She's a club with the bow and arrow, and she's got like a 6 square movement versus like the average of 4. So she's fast, and she's got a bow for ranged attacks. So she's really good as a support character. In this one, I think he's the support character. He's the club character. He is a little alchemist who throws potions that stun you and cause damage over time and poison effects. So we have a lot of these kind of characters. When you come to pick your team, the only stipulation is you need to have one of each. So 1 club, 1 spade, 1 diamond, and 1 heart. And they can come from any faction, so you can mix and match. In addition to all of the ones here, we're working on the next game as well. So the next like add-on to this, the next expansion. There's about another 25 heroes going to be added into that, so that'll expand your range out. But we've also got the on my actual website here, we've got the Fabled Fantasy miniature range. Now all of these are 40mm. They're all Crystal Collapse compatible, and they all have profile cards if you click this link here. So you can get all the profile cards, so they're actually all usable in the game. So we've got Aeris, Barrett, Kate Sif, Cloud, Don Cornetto. We've got the Turks, Zach. We've got the whole player party basically in there. And then we've got Rufus and Darkstar. And there are also, I think I've got them on here. I might not have uploaded them yet. Yeah, I haven't uploaded them. There are more. I've done some characters from Final Fantasy 13 as well. They're all compatible. They're all got stats. Some of them are a bit OP, but they're good for like thematic play and stuff like that. So yeah, you can buy the boxes. If you get the all-in for Valeria pledge, this is like the best of both worlds. So this gives you PvP play, plus it gives you solo play. So in addition to having all the heroes, so you can go toe-to-toe with your opponents, you can also use the goblins and the Goblin King and the Goblin Archers and everything else. You can play using the solo rules. So you get all of the monsters. Now the only thing that's not included by default is Ifrit. So Ifrit is an add-on. Largely because he's 120mm and he's a massive unit, and I know not everybody is keen on like the big things like that. He will be in the core game as a sprite, as a card token. So you'll be able to play the thing that uses him anyway, no matter what. But yeah, if you want the actual proper miniature of him, he's an add-on, he's an extra. We've got a big STL terrain bundle, which I've got on my table over here. So you can print all these off in FDM or print them off in resin. And I'm just at the moment trying to sort out making FDM and resin terrain available to purchase through my mini factory. So I just need to actually get eyes on the finished products. The resin ones I've got, and they are good, but they're not cheap. You're looking at like nearly 400 quid for a full set in resin because it's just the bulk of the thing. So yeah, we've got lovely artwork, we've got all unique, all hand drawn by our lead artist Alex Aquino. And yeah, we're trying to bring hobbying back in, or trying to introduce like board gamers into hobbying. We want people to be building boards for it, painting the models, you know, loving life. So yeah, so basically we've got about 5 years of content planned for it at the moment, and it's just going to keep growing and growing and growing. There we go, off on a tangent there. Morning Kev, how we doing matey? Do you know, there's an awful lot of sprites that look like you, Elston. A lot of the stock ones have got kind of your well, I say you and me as well. They tend not to put hair on them, so like it doesn't take an awful lot to turn me or you into a stock sprite. So for you, they just need glasses and an inner monologue. How are we keeping anyway, Kev? The lore of the 4 factions. What you'll find some of that on the website now. Like I say, it's important to know they're not literally factions. We're selling them as hero packs because it's easier for us to sell groups of 4 that have got a common theme than to just make random like packs together. So we did them this way just for that reason, really. You don't have to play a faction. So the story behind it so far is you've got the Kingdom of Vaaland. Actually, let's go back a little bit further. Let's go to the gods. So we've got Odin. Odin's king of the gods. He's a bit of a bastard. He creates like humans and kind of a humanoid life on the planet to worship him, basically. So he gets his fuel, basically. His like life force comes from being worshipped, and he decides to create or to gift magic to a group of humans to help him control the population and kind of like give them kind of direction and guidance and keep them in check and whatever. Ultimately, he decides they've got a bit too powerful for him, and he decides he's just going to end everybody. Because, like I say, he's a lovely god like that. And the Therians, we call them. These are the ones who are the first humans with magic. The Therians basically then wage war against Odin. So they decide we're not having this. He's not going to take end everything for us, and they rebel. So the Therians kick off. They go after Odin, and ultimately they win. They defeat Odin, but they have to do it. They end up having to embody They have to become physical manifestations of their own magic power. So they become Ifrit, Bahamut, Shiva, and so on. And then combined, these guys topple Odin. So they trap him in a crystal, and then they bury the crystal, and they write all records of him from history. So they wipe all historical records that Odin ever existed. And then they live in relative peace and harmony for a long time. Anyway, skip to the present. We have Hector, who is the Prince of Vaaland. So he's one of the playable characters. The guy with the big sword in the Vaaland team. Hector goes off and he starts hearing voices in his head. Basically what it is Odin has become... it's like combined they become the Voltron or they become Voltron or the Megazord. Kind of, mate. Not quite, kind of. So yeah, where we're saying, yeah, Hector starts having these like almost like schizophrenic episodes where he's hearing voices in his head telling him to do stuff and calling him to somewhere that he doesn't know. So it turns out over the years, Odin has become slightly stronger. He's gained in power. He's now able to telepathically communicate to people who are susceptible, who are nearby. So Odin is managing to speak to Hector. In his mind, Hector thinks he's going mad. And he ends up going on these like missions to try and find these crystals. And he doesn't know why he's doing it, but he does. He goes off and he finds the crystals and stuff. And then the first time he touches a crystal, Odin gains control of him. So Odin gains control of Hector, but only temporarily. Odin's still not that powerful yet. So Hector has a blackout, gets rescued. They take him back and they go and feed back to the king. When they're telling the king what's going on, Odin kicks in again. Carado's there, who's the guy with the gigantic, great big greatsword. He's the he's like the heartthrob of Basalia, basically. The Jaime Lannister, if you like. And Hector knocks Carado out, takes Carado's sword from him, and then skewers the king to the throne with it, and then promptly blacks out. So Hector is unconscious on the floor. Carado wakes up, sees the king dead by his own sword, and he makes a break for it. He makes a run for it. And then Lysara walks in, who's the king's justicar, like his kind of king's guard kind of thing, like the judge, jury, and executioner for him. She walks in and sees Carado's sword through the king's chest, and they send out a search party for Carado and arrest him. So Carado is blamed for regicide. He becomes like the Kingslayer, or becomes known as the Kingslayer. Obviously, nobody who knows Carado believes this. They can't believe he would do it. So they basically end up breaking him out of prison and becoming like a rebellious faction, kind of against the Kingdom of Vaaland, which is now led by Hector, who has taken his seat on the throne. So Hector becomes king. Now he still isn't aware that he's done this himself. He doesn't know that Odin is taking over him. Over his body, and he has no memory of it when it happens. So all he knows is he has this burning desire to find and destroy the crystals. Now the crystals are the remnants of the Therians' power. So in the first campaign, we've included the quest to find and defeat Ifrit. Now, when you defeat Ifrit, you're able to enlist his power. So Ifrit is actually a playable character in the game as well. I don't know if we've told anybody that, but yeah, Ifrit is playable. In the solo mode, you have to defeat him before you can play as him. So there'll be a prerequisite for that. But in like PvP mode, you can use him. He's just going to replace a lot of your team because he's just that big and that crazy. So aside from that, we move on to Geisha. So the Basalia and Vaaland, if you think of them as being a little bit like the Lannisters and the Starks. So the Vaaland are like the royal family, they're your Lannister type characters, and the Basalians are like the Starks. They're your kind of your noble, loved by the people, all that kind of business. Oops, didn't mean to do that. So next up we have the Geisha. So the Geisha are like the cat folk, cat people. Now these are a bit of an unusual one, because the way we've done these guys is they are originally weapons of Odin. So they were basically biological weapons when they were created. They're basically magic batteries. So every other creature on Earth, on the planet, they need to use crystals in order to use magic. So you'll see any of our wizards, they always have like a crystal on the staff, or they have crystals nearby. The Geisha are innately magical. They don't need crystals to use the crystal, to use magic power. But when they use magic power, it saps mana from the earth around them, or from the world around them. So they live in a desert at the moment. But when they first started living there, it wasn't a desert, it was like a lush green landscape. But then they used magic over the years, and it's drained all of the life force out of the area. So they now live in a desert. And some of them, like Taro, the little alchemist, is looking for a cure. So trying to break the curse. It's like a curse that Odin has like struck on them. So Taro's trying to kind of get around that, so that they can, you know, not destroy the world every time they use magic. But yeah, mostly now the Myra avoid using magic because of this issue. We've got Fina, who is like the Crystal Prophet. So she's like, what is she like? Princess Zelda, let's say. Let's say she's like a cat version of Zelda. So she's there, like healing crystals, and kind of like she's attuned to them. She gets a call from the crystals to tell her that, not literally like a phone call, but like she gets like visions about it and things, to tell her that the crystals are in trouble. She knows something's going on, but she doesn't know what. So she enlists the help of Gil, who is the big berserker guy, who is the guardian of the Myra. And then we have Hannah, who is like a silent assassin, who is her sworn bodyguard. And then the last one is Taro, who's the little homunculus alchemist who's trying to cure the Myra. Now he's a weird little elephant dragon type creature, purely because he tried to, well, he tested one of his cures on himself and it failed. So he can't use magic. It worked in that respect, but it did turn him into a little gremlin, little homunculus kind of thing, chimera or whatever you want to call it. So yeah, so the Myra people are cursed and have this like innate magic that is destroying the world around them whenever they use it. Then we've got the Rosenberg faction. So that's one of the new ones we've added this time around. Rosenberg is a very wealthy, very kind of like abundant city, and it looks utopian. It's one of these places that everybody likes to look up. Everybody wants to go and live there, but then when you get there, you won't realise it. There is this underbelly of evil. It's a very wealthy place, but it's built off the back of slaves. Now, this isn't kind of going into like modern politics or anything like that. This is like actual proper like nasty slavery that is run by a group of white mages, and what they do is they have these slaves down in the mines, and they use their white magic to heal them. So rather than feed them and waste resources keeping them healthy and whatever else, they just run them into the ground and then heal them back to health, and sustain them in this kind of like tortured state of existence. At some point, the white mage. So white magic only works if you innately are good. So there's an element of this that creeps in when you're healing, wounded and dying slaves, so that they can go back and work harder for you. Your goodness only lasts for so long, and they become dark mages then, and then they kind of relegate themselves into like the underworld of Rosenberg. So the dark mages live in this kind of like underworld kind of arena kind of thing, and at this point they become more like necromancers than white mages. So in the depths of Rosenberg's crystal mines, instead of having slaves mining crystals being healed back to life by white mages, we have crystal zombies who are mining for the crystals under the direction of the dark mages. And when the slaves are at a point where they can no longer be revived, or they actually do die, the dark mages will use necromancy to raise them and bring them back as, perpetual slaves, if you like. So a group of the nobles from Rosenberg, along with some others who are a bit more proactive, shall we say, they begin the rebellion to try and like oust these guys and get rid of them and whatnot. And this is our Rosenberg faction. So the Rosenberg faction, as it stands at the moment, is the good guys here, the rebellion. Now we are going to be introducing the evil bastards later. No, not nice people. But the evil ones are going to be coming in later on. So we will be introducing crystal zombies and necromancers and, the evil white mages. Let's call them a white mage cult kind of thing. White mage cultists. So all of these kind of things will be part of the world as we advance. And then we've got things like for the next game, for the next expansion that we're working on, we're going to be introducing Valkyries and Sky Pirates, as well as the Magical College of Almanac, which, imagine that as being a bit Hogwartsy. So it'll introduce a whole range of different wizards you can add in. You'll have the Valkyries, who are weapons of Odin, like literally Odin's actual personal army kind of thing. And then we'll have the Sky Pirates, who are frankly just cool. So limited edition model for the next campaign is going to be this banger-like guy with a machine gun arm. So a little bit like Barrett from Final Fantasy VII, but as a kind of a half dog / dragon pirate. We've got the artwork done for him. I'll show you him in a sec. But he's looking badass. I'm looking forward to sculpting him. So I've just got to get these ones done first, and then we move on to the next phase. So yeah, busy times, man. Busy times. It's been a few years in development. We had a few hiccups along the way, but we finally got it all funded properly, and we're getting the game made now. So it's all happening. Yeah, the way we've coordinated the game at the moment is we've got the we've got a whole range of different characters from different. Hey, Keller, how you doing? A bit gay. It's a bit big. Now, 40mm models, we went for that because they're really nice to paint. And honestly speaking, most of my miniature range is 32mm scale. These ones being 40mm, the reason we went for it is because there's so few of them on the table. You only need 8 models to play the game with, and that's 4 a side. So if you only deal with your own team, you know, you decide which ones you want. You only need 4 models, so it gives you an opportunity to you know, spend a bit of time, lavish some attention on them, make them as good as you can make them, and they're just really nice to paint because they're that much bigger as well. Like we was talking about this on stream yesterday. I don't believe in over detailing models. There is such a thing as too much detail, and you see it an awful lot. A lot of the big studios are very, very guilty of that. And if you ever paint the models that you sculpt, you realise that. Lavish attention is gay 100%. I won't argue with you on that one. So yeah, so the what was I saying? No, Keller's throwing me off my stride. Oh, this is just the bird still. This is, mate. I'm sorting out the feathers around its neck. So where yesterday I posed it and I turned its head, because the neck is all feathered up, it created a load of like distortion in the model. So all I'm doing at the moment is just trying to correct that and just re-sculpt the neck feathers. And then we go on to posing the rider then, because I think I'm as done as I need to be with the bird then. And at the end we'll just do one last sculpting pass to just pick up any straggler bits of detail I've overlooked or forgotten about. I'm sure there will be one or two. Tell you what, let's give you a bit of an exclusive preview. There's like 5 people on stream here as far as I can see. Let's give you a little exclusive preview of some of the new characters coming. If I've saved them all down. Right, so first up we've got Wendy the Witch. So she's going to be one of our characters for the College Almanac. Oh no, that's a glove. It keeps doing this on there. This is the exclusive banger guy we're talking about. So he's going to be he'll be the campaign exclusive miniature for the next campaign. So you'll only get him by backing. We've got a Valkyrie, spear wielding Valkyrie. We've got Pinky Winky. This is a Sky Pirate. There is a story for this character, but we'll tell you about this one later. It's a big character. We've got a Necromancer from the College of Almanac. Looking forward to sculpting her. She'll be a good one. I'm looking forward to sculpting all these, to be fair. I'm liking all these new characters. Right now, Pinky Winky has also got a little captain who rides on a head, but not all the time. Or his head. So the captain is also going to be another character, and we'll probably do them as a combined character as well, so you can use them as a single piece with a slightly different profile. We've got a second of our Valkyries. I love that one. Captain Lumi. There you go, so she's captain of the Sky Pirates. Big sword, and I think we're going to go for like a blunderbuss pistol kind of thing for her as well. And we're going to be throwing, I think, Stefano, who is he's the leader of Almanac. So he's like the Dumbledore. He's our Dumbledore essentially. What else have we got? Have we had any more yet? Oh yeah, the next Therian. So we've already done Ifrit for this this campaign. The next one is obviously it's a sky battle. So we've got Sky Pirates versus Valkyries who've all got wings. So it's like the two flying factions is the focal point for this next campaign. This is your Therian. He's not going to be cheap, I don't think. He's going to end up being a very expensive model, so we may release him as an STL file as well, if anyone wants to print him a bit cheaper. But yeah, Barmot is going to be getting tabled for next, the next version of the game too, which I'm very much looking forward to making. So yeah, so we're gonna get the next few characters done, so we can use completely unique art on all of the playing cards for the game. I still got my... No, I've lost it. I'm trying to find my render of my artwork of Tamara so I can see how she's posed. And it's not even there. Awesome sauce, eh? Awesome sauce. Oh. So yeah, so it's looking like it's growing an awful lot. We've got the Fabled Fantasy stuff to add into there. We're also going to start doing the Mercenary of the Month once all the sculpting's done here. Mercenary of the Month, and that'll be a new character release every month. So you'll be able to add a new hero to your team. And we may poll that one up as well. We may put that one to public votes. And I believe we've also got a Monster Hunters Guild coming, which possibly may end up being part of the next one as well. Yeah, the dragon's going to be a killer, man. I've always avoided sculpting actual full-size dragons up until now. Always found them a bit daunting because I know I'm going to end up hand scaling every single scale is going to be bloody hand placed. Right, what am I after now? It's the artwork, concept art. I know I've got to make a dragon. I've got to do it. There's not even any arguing about it. I've got loads of dragons to make because I still need to make Tiamat as well. So I've been doing all the Descent into Avernus stuff for so long. I haven't even made Tiamat. I've literally got the cult of Tiamat done. A bunch of the cultists done, but I haven't actually done their. What the hell is wrong with my? It's glitching out. Bloody thing. Every time I leave it for a minute, for some reason it goes back to the beginning piece of artwork. I don't know why. Right then. Oh my god, it's done it again. I give up. So yeah, if you go onto the Crystal Collapse website, it's crystalcollapse.com, and you go to the wiki pages, you'll see all the kingdom backgrounds, and there's a load of stuff I haven't even told you about judges yet. But you'll see about the judges, you'll see about the kingdom backgrounds. Some of what I've told you is a bit of a secret today. So it may be subject to some slight change before it gets finally released, but that's the gist of where we're going with it. Straightened up. What do you do to your car, man? So my dog loves a car ride. Doesn't like water, but she absolutely loves getting in the car. And she's ever so good. She just sits there, chill. Don't you, Mabes? Hey. It's too big. What dog you got? Belgian Shepherd. Don't think I know that one. Do you know what? One of the things I'm really rubbish with is dog breeds. I've never been good with dog breeds. I find like gardening, like I recognise plants and I recognise the dogs, but I don't know what the names of the plants are. Just like I'm not so good at knowing what the names of the dogs are. We've got a cockapoo, and it annoys me. It annoys me to be calling it a cockapoo because it's in my head it's a designer mongrel. Makes sense. Sounds gay. That's just your thing today, isn't it? Speaking of gays, my sister-in-law, we went to her wedding over the holiday. So she married a girlfriend. She's been with for like a couple of years now. And then they've literally come back off the honeymoon and they've gone, we've got a dog, we've got a dog. And they've got this like little, he is cute, little chihuahua. But I'm not convinced he's a chihuahua. It doesn't look like a chihuahua to me. It doesn't look like any kind of chihuahua I've ever seen. He's almost got the look of like a little sheepdog or something like that. Like, he's definitely a chihuahua. We've seen his parents. We've seen the parents. I'm like, are they the parents though? I feel like we've had this beautiful summer and then the rain is just absolutely never ending now. I haven't had to have my heater on to do any 3D printing all through the summer. and now I've got to have my heater running again. That print room's been like a little furnace all through the summer holidays. It's like the day the kids go back to school. I can't print if I don't put the heater on. Right then. There you go. His feathers are straightened now. Round that end off. That one. Oh, see, I've got key shot, but I tend not to use it because I don't know if I've got the app on the computer anymore. I've deleted it. What I found was my computer got ferociously hot whenever I was using Keyshot. Like, and I'm talking like absolutely ridiculously hot. So I had my computer under my desk at one point. It's back under my desk as well now that I don't use Keyshot. But I was using it and it started burning my legs. I know what you mean, mate. But yeah, it was making my computer overheat crazy, and I installed, and I've got like a water cooling system in my PC. But it was just still burning up, man. Are they charging annually for Keyshot these days? Let's see if I've got what do we call it? There you go. I was going to download something called Core Temp. Just install this Core Temp program. I'll show you. Right. So this is the program I use for it. So this is what's you can see it on the screen here. So you can see my cores are running around about the 50-degree mark. 51, 53. Couple going up as high as 68, 69, but they're all, none of them have got any colours on them at the moment, right? Processor, it's an i9 108 108 50k Comet Lake. So, do you know what? I didn't even realise it was 99. I thought it was an i7. It's actually a Ryzen. It's a Ryzen processor, but I didn't realise that was the equivalent of it. Okay, so if I go to click on the keyshot button there and I go to BPR now, so keyshot's opening. Watch my core temperature. Can you see that already? So I haven't even done anything in keyshot. I've just turned it on. And my cores are going up to 86, 90 degrees. And the load's running at 99% across all my cores. And I had the same thing on my previous computer as well. So I noticed it first on my old computer, and I thought the new one with the water cooling would overrule this. But yeah, absolutely bloody doesn't. So when you try and do, I can't remember how I save things in here now. There's a way of there's a way you actually produce the render, isn't there? It's been so long since I've used it. Right. Right, it's actually come back down now a little bit because I've changed it to GPU. So put it into GPU mode has reduced it back down. If I turn GPU mode off again, we're firing back up again, and we're running on like the high 90s on the temperature. So this is what I had before. Was this whole like my PC, the fans on the top were blasting out heat. It was like having a radiator under my desk, and that was like during the summer. It was absolutely unbearable. So I sacked it off. I got rid of the. I stopped using keyshot at that point. And get rid of keyshot. You see, everything just dips back down to like 60 degrees again. And you wouldn't think it'd be able to kind of like so immediately kind of like impact it. But yeah, if you are using keyshot, just be mindful. If you're running it for too long and you run it for a lot of work, you might end up burning your PC out faster than you want to. So just be cautious. I'd recommend you use my Blender rig for rendering instead. Alex and James over on Facebook. Good morning. How are you doing? Alex, we never did catch up at a UK Games Expo, so I'll have to have a proper catch up with you soon. Pretty happy with how the bird's looking. Let's get to the rider now. So in posing, let's get the symmetry on for this. So I do want it to be symmetrically done for the legs. I'm going to bring the cursor, the center of the widget here, to roughly where the hip bone would be. About there. Mask off the knees. So, Kello, have you seen my? I don't know if you saw this one or not. I've included it and put a free link to this on a video. So this is my rendering engine. Just drop. So we go. So this is a preset scene in Blender that I've made. And if I zoom out, you won't see all the cameras and stuff because they're all hidden. There's a cube in the middle of it and there's a camera. Then there's also a load of lights that we've got. Now the lights are set to be rendered but not selectable. So if I select them, you'll see them all dotted all over the place here. So we don't need all of them on. We need them to render in the scene, but we don't want them to actually show up anywhere. Now there's two cameras. With having two cameras, what you can do is you can set your focal length. You can have one at perspective and one at orthographic. So you can alter the camera type. Where is the camera settings? There you go. You select which camera you're using as your active camera. And then you come to the camera setting at the bottom down here. So we've got one on perspective. They're both on perspective. So we could change one of the cameras to be a orthographic camera, for example. Okay. So then we press F12 and we render it up. I think that might be the orthographic one. So we go to the world scene here. It's either camera or camera 1. So let's set camera 1. Let's go back to F12. That hasn't changed anything because the model's as it is. So yeah, two different cameras. Set the one as perspective and one as orthographic, and then you can flip between them if you need to. I'm just going to hide that object. We'll show you how it works. So basically what we normally do, we go File, Import, STL file, and we go into the file locations where all your stuff is. Let's drag, who should we put in there? Don't know, I'm pondering over this. I should just slam anything in there really, it doesn't make a difference. Let's go for let's put my Goblin Necromancer in the scene. Right, let's throw the Goblin Necromancer in. Oh, you use this one already? Okay, so set origin to geometry. We'll set the location to 0, 0, 0. Rotate on the x-axis 90 degrees. on the Z-axis, 90 degrees, minus 90 degrees. Press 0 so we can see it in frame. And then we'll scale, 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 scale. Bang, there we go. So now the model is in the scene. And then we press F12 to render. And this is what it looks like by default with the default material. It's a little bit too pale. There's not enough contrast in there. And the lighting's not affecting it properly. So what we do is highlight the model. We go down to the materials. And we select render material, which is a material that's already applied to the cube. So as long as you keep the cube in the scene, that material stays. That changes it to a darker grey. We press F12, and now you can see, there you go, it just did it over the previous one. You've now got much better contrast. We've got the mid-tone, we've got a highlight, we've got lighting directions and everything else going on. And we've got this little blue backlight kicking in. So you can tweak all the settings and tinker with all the lights and things like that, change them up to whatever you want, set your base materials and things, but ultimately you can just chuck the model straight into there, render it up, and it'll kick it out on a nice transparent background. I do use that for my product images for the most part. Now, what I also do is I use ZBrush's like native rendering. Because actually it's pretty good. So for the native rendering, what I'll do in here, let's turn keyshot rendering off. What I will do, turn on perspective mode. You can turn the floor on and off whether or not you want, depending on whether or not you want a shadow. If you want to use the transparent background, I recommend turning the background, turning the shadow off. Turning the floor off, sorry, because adding the shadow to the floor, it means you lose the transparency on it, unless you've got like a black floor or black background. If you've got a white background like I tend to use, the white gets incorporated into the shadow, so your shadow just comes out as like a pallid grey. If you use a black background on the render, you're probably going to get a better shadow that you can use, so it might be worth trying that if you're going to use shadows. Okay, so frame it up in the scene. And then we go to Lightbox, render set. And I tend to use this one over here, which is I can't remember what it says now. Comic Style Daniel Bell. Double click that so it applies it. Matte cap white or basic material. Usually use basic material. And then no, not F12, is it? It's BPR in here. Press BPR to render it. So I think it does a pretty decent job of, like I say, putting in a bit of contrast and giving you a nice render. There's a few things I don't like about it. So what I always then do is I come into the render menu. Hey, Crazy Jaws, how you doing? So come down to BPR filters. Filter 2 is filter contrast auto grey, which basically puts like a screen across the whole thing. So I will typically change this one to be outline edge, which makes the background more white, but it also gives this black outline to it, which personally I just like that style. And then just save that out. Now if you go to the render window up here, we go to BPR, render pass, you've got the different layers. You can export the composite layer, the shaded layer, the depth, shadow, ambient occlusion if you've got it turned on and activated, the mask layer, subsurface scattering if you're using it, and the floor layer. And what I do with these is you take these individual layers, save them down in a folder, and then you have to recomposite them in Photoshop. It takes a little bit longer. The mask allows you to kind of like remove the background. The depth one allows you to kind of make it a little bit more dramatic. Shadow helps you to put the shadows back in and enhance the shadows a little bit more, get a bit more contrast in the render. but you can also change the material. So if you go to the material and keep the pose, so lock the camera before you do this, press that to lock the camera. Go over to material. If you want metallic parts on the model, you can pick metallics. If you want skin tones, you pick your poly skin or whatever else, and then you re-render the model. And then when you re-render it, you save this version out. And then when you composite the layers, you can stack them up, and you can basically just mask off the bits that you want to keep in that colour. So say you have one that is like leather, you have one that's red cloth, we have one that is like chocobo feathers, we have another one for chocobo legs, chocobo beak, glossy eyes, or whatever else. You can have all these different render layers, and you can stack them up, and you can just edit them to delete the bits of the scene that you don't want, like, just selectively mask out the bits. And then stack up the renders. Now I've done that. I don't do that a lot because it's a lot of work. You don't need to do it for just presentation. But find a good material that has decent amount of contrast. The skin tone, actually, this one is a good material. I like this as a material. But you can change the colours of it as well. The basic material is a respectable material. It's a decent one to use. To like showcase the thing, but it never quite feels like a finished product for me. So you can make all your own custom ones. You can do some custom materials. I'll probably cover that in another session because it's like takes a bit of thinking about and a bit of prep to get it right. But yeah, I've locked the camera, haven't I? Crazy Jaws. So are we talking about the Blender scene, or are you talking in ZBrush here? So I can show you exactly what I do. So if I'm rendering a group of models, okay, I think I've closed it. So let me just open it up again. I'll show you exactly what I do. So we're going to render a group of goblin zombies. Okay, so I'm just going to go File, Import, STL. My miniature index, we're going to go to goblin zombies. Okay, got 8 goblin zombies. So they're going to come imported into the scene at scale 1. I know that's going to be too big. If you can figure out what your scale you need, you can change it in here. So let's say now I'll show you how to do it without that. If you know what it is, you can modify that. So 1 by default. If you know they need to come in at 30% of the size, you can scale that to 0.3, and they'll come in at the right size. Now I know in ZBrush the y-axis is up, so I want the up axis to be y, and then the forward axis is going to be minus z. Because again in ZBrush the Z is the depth of the scene. So and again, if you don't know this already, ZBrush is called ZBrush because it's a paintbrush, like paint, like Photoshop. So it's like a paint program with the XY axis that you traditionally get on a flat scene, with an additional axis which is the Z axis, which is the depth. Actually, that's what makes it 3D. So the reason it is ZBrush is because it adds the Z axis to an XY axis of a 2-dimensional scene. It was initially touted as a 2.5D package, as in like a 3D package that was used to make 2D images, but it's become more of a 3D tool now. Okay, so we load the goblins in, we import them, and then we change the screen so I can see what I'm doing. So right, go back to 0, so top view. So my thing hasn't quite worked as I wanted it to. I might have already reorientated some of these. So what we're going to do is we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to rotate X 90, RX 180. RZ 9. No. RY90, sorry. Nope, RY180. Okay, so you can see they're all in the scene here now. So I'm going to S to scale. I'm going to reduce the scale down. And we're going to bring them. Now, if I try and render them like this, let's assume we line it up right properly. They've got to be above the cube. If they're not totally above the cube, the render fails because the lighting doesn't affect the model properly, or they don't fit into the scene. If I press F12 now, let's assign the material to them first. Don't think there's a way to do this by bulk. I may be wrong. But... okay, if I press F12 to render this now, actually not terrible. But the problem you'll find here is the individual models do cast shadows on other models. So especially when you do what I've done here, where you've got 2 rows, you will find that you are absolutely nuking your what do you call it? The shadows on the bottom guys, the lighting on the bottom guys is going to be just massively obstructed. Ah, right, fair play. Try that next time. So yeah, so basically what I always do for these kind of ones, if you can't arrange them, so let's take the top 4. Well, if you can't arrange them so that they can actually be seen, so you can maybe raise these guys up a bit. So you can either do it like that, where you put them all in the... let's bring these 2 buggers across, because... there you go. So we've got a group of models rendered, but you can't really see the individual minis. So what I always tend to do instead is we have, for presentation renders for the web store, I'm not going to actually open it, but I will show you the folders. I have a Blender renders folder. Yeah, appreciate it. Well, that's the thing. I'm not going to tell you I know everything. It's that'd be foolish. There's always stuff to pick up, and like I say, things aren't part of my workflow. Sometimes I have to dabble in stuff and you pick things up. But I say, if you're not familiar with it, like if I spend more time in Blender, I'd probably pick more stuff up in there. As it is, I know what I know in Blender, and it's enough for me to get by with what I need. So let's have a little look here. So what you've got is this is my folder of renders, and you can see every time I do, like here for example, we've got the skeletons, dwarf skeletons, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So what I then do is I'll pick up those 5 renders, and then we put them back into that folder called render composites. I put them back in here, and then oh yeah, are you open? There you go. So I take the models and I reassemble the individual renders into a scene like this. So the important thing to be able to do that in the Blender scene, you want each of these models to actually fill the whole space. So highlight them all, select them, bring them in, and make it so that the biggest model out of that group can fit in the scene. and then each one of them goes to 0, 0, 0. Well, that hasn't worked because I didn't do the set origin. Set origin to geometry. 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 No, stop moving. Set origin to geometry. And again. And again. Right, now when I select these guys and we'll put them at 0, 0, 0, they'll all be occupying the same space. And they'll all be dead center in the screen. Okay, now you can see every single one of these models now is fully within the scene. Okay, so go down the list and we want to turn them all off apart from the first one. Turn off the eye and turn off the camera. That'll make them not render. Hey Ivan, how you doing? Yeah, goblin zombies, mate. I sculpted them a while back. I'm just using them as a demonstration for rendering at the moment. I've got the skeleton versions of them as well. So we get him here like this. He's already got his material loaded. F12. So we've got this one goblin. So we know this is goblin 1 over here. So save this one out. So image, save as. The backgrounds are all transparent, as you can see. So when you get all of the individual ones, you can then composite them into Photoshop and stack up your image. It's a bit of a faff, but because you bring them all in at the same time and they've all been scaled the same, they'll all come into Photoshop with the scale relative. So you haven't got to try and individually faff with them. So making sure they're all the same size in the scene is important. Otherwise you've got to try and eyeball it, and that's not so great. So hopefully that was useful, guys. Oh, resin every time, Ivan. So I've got a bank of Saturn 3 Ultras at the back. So let me just get to face cam so I can actually talk to you. Yeah, so I've got a bank of Saturn 3 Ultra printers that are sat just on either side of that blue wall over there. That's my print room back there. So I've got 3 Saturn 3s and I've got a Photon M7. And they're all great high quality printers. Any printer you buy these days that is like a resin printer is pretty much going to be on par. It used to be kind of like, oh, this printer's better than that one and whatever else, but now actually quality wise they're all pretty much kicking out the same thing. It's all the extra features you get. So really just go for something that's like a real go for something that's within your budget, really. And I would also say, unless you absolutely desperately need to be printing out huge, great big things, when you're first starting out with resin printing, it's expensive. So I've killed 2 screens on those Saturn Ultra 3s in the last month, and you have to replace them. So you have to get inside the printer and tinker with it. I don't like doing electronics, so that's not a hey Kev, how you doing, mate? I don't like doing the tinkering in the electronics, but I did it the other day. I did do a Facebook post about it, and I'll share a little story. I had to when you open it up, all of the cables inside are glued with hot glue, and you have to disconnect a whole bunch of cables. So I took, where is it now? Here it is. My scalpel. So I had my scalpel and it was blunt at the time. And I had to cut all of the hot glue off the clips so that I could remove them to take the screen out. And I placed this just on the edge of the table, and it rolled off the table, flipped upside down, and impaled me in the leg. and then snapped off. So I've got a big hole in my leg at the moment, which has still got a stitch on it. So from dropping a scalpel, the joys. So yeah, so oh, actually, do you know what? There we go. There's one of them. That's the one. New screen protector, etc. All done. Got to get it back out there. Yeah, ribbon cables are a pig, aren't they, as well? They're not fun. But yeah, anytime you want to do resin printing, Ivan, you can literally get perfect prints every single time with resin, and it doesn't take an awful lot of effort. But what you'll find is if you don't clear out your resin vat at the end of a fail, any little bits of debris, when the build plate comes down on the next one, those bits of debris get pressed into the screen. And there's a phenomenon called point loading. So let's say there's a ton of pressure coming down from that screen. It's probably not a ton, it's nowhere near that. But let's say it's a ton of pressure coming down from that screen, and that's the force that pressure that build plate is going to exert on whatever it touches. If you put a tiny little pinprick of resin underneath that, and that build plate's trying to go down, all of that ton of pressure gets focused through that pinprick, and it amplifies it exponentially. So it could end up being like 16 tons of pressure coming through that pinprick, or 30 tons of pressure, or something like that. It's crazy. But basically, that sheer volume of pressure will just absolutely destroy the printer screen. And your print screen is going up in price depending upon the size. If you buy a 6-inch print screen, the replacement's about 70 quid. If you have the one I've got, it's about 120 quid, I think it is, for a replacement screen. And then if you go for the 15-inch, you're probably talking on the sharp end of 200 quid plus for a screen. Now, they are consumable. They do fail in time anyway, so you'll have to replace them. But most of the time these days, I think by the time your screen fails naturally, if you don't kill it and you just let it die naturally, by the time you come to do that, you are probably going to end up having to just replace the printer because the screens aren't going to be supported anymore. You won't be able to get the replacements. So unless you buy the printer and then buy a few spare screens just in case and have them in stock, you're probably going to end up replacing the printer in time. So I've got a couple of spare screens out there now because I know at some point it's going to go. Yeah, literally beat me to it, mate. Or I beat you to it, I don't know. But yeah, keep a couple in stock if you've got the spare cash to do it. And then we've got the resin trays. This one's a bit of a mess at the moment. It needs cleaning up, but I've got a dead FEP here that needs. It's got a big hole pierced through it, so this is off that print. I've got to change the FEP on it. Love that noise. But yeah, again, the bigger the FEP, or the bigger the vat is, the FEP is bigger, and the FEP is more expensive on these side on this size than it is on the smaller size. So let's say a pack of 10 for the small size is the same as the cost, or a pack of 5 for the small size is the same cost as a pack of 1 for this size. So say it's like, it might be like 15 quid for 5, or it'll be 5 little ones, or 15 quid for 1 big one. Flipping it, Kev, you terrible punner, you. So the other thing to consider as well is if your prints fail. So say you have a 10-inch build plate and you load your build plate out. So I've literally done one this morning where I did a video about this, about just setting up supports. So let's say I use, let me show you my camera again. So this was the build plate I lined up for a customer order this morning. So customer order coming overnight. There's a few more models than this on there, but I needed to get these made up and ready to rock. So the volume of resin used in this is, let's click on the estimate resin volume. So it reckons the resin volume is roughly around about 80 millilitres of resin. So you get a kilogram of resin, which is about 1,000 millilitres in a resin bottle. So if your resin vat fails on this one, you've wasted 80 millilitres. So if your print fails, you've wasted 80 millilitres of resin. So that's like nearly a tenth of your resin in your bottle is gone. If you repeatedly fail, you're going to keep doing it, and you will have failures when you first start. It's inevitable. But yeah, once you're done with the print, you empty your resin back into the bottle through a paint filter. So you get these paper filters. They usually send them to you with the printer. Actually, you normally get a bunch of them now, but you can buy them online. It's like a 90 micron, 190 micron resin, like paint filter. And you put that in a funnel, pour the resin through it, and that will just strain out any chunks and lumps that are going to ruin your resin. And then you can shake it up and pour it back in. I don't think they're that accurate, to be honest. I'm never 100% convinced. I have considered weighing before and after, but there's just too much mess involved, and I'm not that interested. I can't be arsed. What I always do is I weigh the model. So I weigh the bottle. I know how much the bottle of resin is gonna weigh. I've got the model here, which is on the supports. So I've got a model here on supports, for example. If I get the scales around here somewhere. I've got scales somewhere, I think. Oh, they're here. There we go. So if I get my scales here, so I've got the model 0. That's coming up at 7 grams. So this is 7 grams worth of resin on this model. If I rip the supports off this model, so there you go. That's a 2-second cleanup. The supports weigh 2 grams. The model weighs 4 grams, so there's a little bit of a inaccuracy there because my scales aren't that accurate. So let's say 4.5 grams and 2.5 grams in weight for the supports and the model. So I know there's probably also maybe 0.5 gram of wet resin that is smeared over models that is like going to get washed into the resin as well. So I normally like allow about another gram here or there. And then yeah, just use that as a baseline then for it. So I've got a spreadsheet of all of my models, and I've got all of the weights in there, because when I on the back end of my Shopify store, I can put in the when people order resin models, I can put in the material cost of that, so I can work out profit margins on sales and stuff. So knowing the actual resin value is great, really. But Ivan, do I ever use a 3D scanner to scan small objects or miniatures to make changes in software? No. I've done bits of that in the past. I've never scanned personally anything myself, but I have been given scanned files. And I think the sheer amount of work involved in re-sculpting and modifying and editing a scanned file is like unjustifiable for me. I'd rather just sculpt it again from scratch and do something, from the ground up. It is possible. It can be done. There are like Telegram groups out there that are like scanning Games Workshop models and putting them online and sharing them and stuff like that, and they're all over the place. Not even just Games Workshop, but all sorts of things. And from what I've seen of the actual end product, they're pretty decent. But they're obviously, you get your ass kicked by Games Workshop for going into a store with any of them, and if anybody gets found doing them, they're going to be on getting a court summons from them and stuff like that. So it's not worth going down that route. But yeah, your best bet is to just practice with the sculpting and just try and build stuff up as you can, because trying to edit there's a lot of missing information in a 3D file is the problem when you scan. So if you scan a full body and you go all the way around with the camera, your arms are here. The scanner's going to go around the outside. It's going to capture the outside of your arm. It's going to capture your body, but all the information on the inside of your arm and between your body there, that's all missing information. So it'll kind of just fill it and plug it and whatever else. So when you come to try and sculpt it, you've got to try and deal with those kind of bits as well. So yeah, personally, I would say I'm not a fan of the idea of using scanners for models. Much better to just kind of get practice with the sculpting, really. Yeah, Crazy Jaws has got a good point here, actually. So when Games Workshop do their plastic models, I don't know if this is the same now, if they can just do it straight from the digital files, but it always used to be you'd see what they call a free up. So you'll get a miniature that is like, you double the size and then you double the size again. So it ends up being about a 10-inch tall model. And they'll make whatever you see in a plastic sprue was always traditionally made at like a 10-inch scale. And then they scan that, and then that gets is it rapidographing that they call it? Basically when they map it into a steel tool. So what they do is they take the model, they put it down, and then they trace over the surface of the model at full size with like a stylus, and that would transfer into like scaled down movements on the other side into the tool. So there would be a 3 times reduction on the arm as they were tracing. So they traced the large one, and then mechanically it was reduced down 3 times, and then it'd carve out the steel mold to match the model. And that was how they used to do the plastics. So it might still be the case, but I suspect these days they can probably use the STL files or these step files or whatever it is they've created for it and engineer them from there. My pleasure, Ivan. No problem at all. I say if you want to learn to sculpt. By the way, I don't know if you've seen it. There's a link in the description. There's a couple of links. So one of them is I've got a school platform which is SKOOL. There's a link in there. You can join that for free. There's no charges or anything associated with that, and that is just a platform for people like us lot to discuss these kind of things, to share kind of like, you know, information. I'm going to be talking about things like monetizing your files as well, so how you can kind of make money out of your sculpts, where to post the files, how to price them and things like that, you know, all these kinds of things, a bit of marketing and how to run all that kind of stuff. So there'll be all that kind of stuff in there. But also we're looking at the whole life cycle of the model. So for my background, just so you know, is like 35 years ago when I was like 5 years old, 37 years now. When I was 5 years old, I started painting miniatures. And ever since then, I've kind of loved it. It's been like, you know, it's been with me all the way through my whole life. So I've got all this experience of miniature painting. When I got to about 13, 14, I started doing conversion work on the miniatures, and then that evolved into me doing sculpting, and then sculpting full miniatures. So around the 2000s, mid 2000s ish, I think I started sculpting full figures, and then about 2010 I switched up to digital and started doing digital figures. So for me, part of the sculpting process is understanding the full life cycle of a miniature. So we start with the end user, who is going to be painting the model and playing games with it. So you've got to understand, obviously it's going through regular handling, it's going to get some abuse, they're going to drop it occasionally, they might knock it over or whatever, so it's got to be able to stand up to that. But they're going to paint the model, so you need to make sure that everything on the model is paintable, and it's a joy to paint as well. You know, it's not going to be a chore. And we were saying yesterday, a lot of models these days are so hyper detailed, and they sell it like it's a good thing. You know, it's like, oh, you know, look at the fantastic detail. No, there is such a thing as too much detail, and a lot of models like now, if you go through like My Mini Factory or Cults or whatever it is, there's an awful lot of miniatures that are being sold that are just like far too detailed, and they should have reined it right back. So there's an art to knowing when to stop. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. When you sculpt the miniature, obviously you bear all that painting information in mind, but then there's also the 3D printing part of it. So there's an element of certain things will self-support in 3D printing, but also there's some things that are just going to be an absolute pig to support, and sometimes you kind of think, oh, actually, I want to avoid that, so I'm going to sculpt it out of the model, or we're going to separate that part of the model and have it as a different piece. So commonly you see a lot of people include bases. I hate printing models with bases. Absolutely hate it, because you end up having all these extra supports in there. you have all this extra stuff you've got to clean up and remove. And you've seen me do it. Just I'll do it again. Here's another model layer on supports. This is my cleanup process for my models. Done. There's no divots, there's no dinks, there's no damage to the model. That model is ready to paint. Glue it to a base and paint it. Oh, there's the dog. You okay, Mabel? You alright, darling? Bless her. So yeah, within 2 seconds, I've got a model there that's ready for painting. If you start messing up the model and you make it complicated, you're going to have to spend an awful lot of time cleaning that up and getting it ready to paint. So again, one of the things I'll cover off in this school and everything else is how to do supports properly, so you can learn from my 10 years of resin printing experience or whatever it is. And I'll teach you how to do, properly, perfectly engineered resin supports that'll make you weep with joy when you're printing. You're full on printgasm. So yeah, like understanding the 3D printing, the pains of the 3D printer and the pains of the painter helps you to be a better sculptor, is the kind of the gist I'm getting at. So in the school community, we cover off all of that. We're going to touch on everything. So it's every end-to-end miniature life cycle, from character design, sculpting, supports, 3D printing, right through to like the painting techniques and stuff. So you can learn from my 35 years of nerdiness, and also hopefully share experiences with each other as well and help each other learn. So it's completely free. There's no charges on the school thing. It's literally community building. The link's in the description of the video, so have a little look in there and join up. If you're interested in actually learning to sculpt, I do have a tutorial sculpting course that's launching on the 15th of this month. That's going through Gumroad, and if you buy that before the launch day, you get like £40 off. So you get it for £39. So that's going to be running from the 15th. There's already some stuff on there now, which is like pre-course homework and stuff, so you can download it and get started and get stuck in. And then on the 15th, I'll drop the first module, and then every week for about 6 to 8 weeks, I'll put extra content on. So each week there'll be a new drop. You haven't got to kind of do it in real time. You haven't got to follow along and keep up with the weeks. But the whole point is, I'll give you the information. We'll set you some tasks and some challenges. There's a model that we're going to be sculpting from concept that I've had done, and then at the end of it, you'll have a finished model. You'll have homework projects to go away and kind of develop your own skills, and then come back into the school community. You can post all your progress, you can post your updates, you can ask for support, ask for feedback, and we'll kind of help you to level up and make sure that you're you're on the right track. And then obviously I'll be working on other courses, and we'll figure out where what you guys want to learn and prioritize the hot topics, if you like. So yeah, it's all going on. The links are all in the description, so sign up for whatever you want to sign up for. Hopefully see you in the school at the very least. And yeah, I'll say I'm planning to keep these live streams going a little bit more frequently than they have been. And that'll tie in nicely with being able to do a bit of feedback through the school thing as well. For weeks and weeks and weeks, I've been drinking iced coffee out of this because it keeps it lovely and cold. It keeps the ice from melting for a long time. Every time today I've had a sip of this drink, I've expected iced coffee, and it's not an iced one, it's a hot one because it's been chucking with rain outside. And it's a bit chillier today. And every time I've had a mouthful, I've been surprised by it. Not that time, I was prepared for it. Right then, back to the miniature posing. Where am I at? Oh yeah, and also on this build plate, I'd probably get another 10 models in there normally. I would literally pack every little bit of space. Yeah, it definitely has. The kids have gone back to school this week, and it's been raining since they went back in. So we're definitely seeing the end of summer, I think. Save. Let's close my renders file. And back to her. Okay then, so now again, we were saying earlier on, this is a model for a game we're working on called Crystal Collapse. She's the last of the characters I've got to get done before the like for the Kickstarter campaign or the Gamefound campaign. So she's one of the unlockable stretch goals that we unlocked. So I don't know if you can tell there, but I've messed the knees up. So basically what I'll always do here is I'll pose the model. And then once we're posed, there's going to be some nasty deformation going on in some areas. So normally I'll typically go back and do like a sculpting pass just to iron out any kind of kinks in the pose. That way you haven't got to be worried too much about, like, when I first started doing this, I got really hung up about everything looking nice all the time. And the longer I've done it, the more I realise that there's what I would refer to as like an ugly phase on every single miniature. And the ugly phase can last right up until the last 10 minutes. So you'll literally be sculpting and you'll be like, I hate this, I hate it, I hate it, it looks bloody awful, what's going on, how have I got it so wrong? And then all of a sudden you do something and it just comes together and you're like, ah, it's not as bad as I thought. So if you're ever doubting yourself, just bear with it. Let's turn symmetry off now. Let's just auto group up. And then save, because ZBrush is an absolute pig sometimes and may well crash on me at a moment's notice or with no notice whatsoever. Okay, I'm not going to be bothered about a bum deformation. We'll sort that in a minute. Let's say it's all part of the sculpting pass that will happen in a minute. For now, let's get that done. There are things like folds in the fabric and stuff which I haven't sculpted yet. And I won't sculpt yet because it's pointless at this point. Folds in the fabric, you're really going to have to rework them later anyway, because it does depend upon obviously the end pose. Doing them too early on would be silly. Right then. I think before I pose her second arm, I need to sort out the what do I call them? The spear. That's what it's called. Talk about a brain fart then. How do I not remember what a spear is? To excuse her wonky ass. Right then, what's next? Save. Again. Let's get some cubes in. Right, so she's got 4 tails. No, I don't mean tails as in like she's a cat. I'm talking like tails as in a coat. So what I'm going to do, we're going to get the approximate shape made. There's one. There's 2. There is 3, and the final one. Right, now the reason I have duplicated each of these tools and kept the orientation as simple as possible is because we're going to use the widget. Click on the cog, got to bend curve. Okay, we're going to grab the little orange handle. We're going to pull it once to start with to give me an extra bit of geometry here. And I'm going to pull that down, turn it around. When you're moving these, what you can do is you can use the orange handle to rotate. Just drag it in and out and it will rotate the point. Okay, so I'm going to rotate that. I'll bring this round and in. I'll do some fine movement on these anyway, so it's not the this isn't like the final bit, if you like. It's not the final positioning, and obviously they are really pixelated or tessellated. So I haven't added any. I've added no extra geometry to this. For this one, same again. Click the cog. We go bend curve. It's already given us the extra bit of geometry on this one. Now with this one, I'm going to add an extra bit of topology. I do want them all to be following roughly the same kind of direction. This one, same again. Bend curve. Hey, Keller, how you doing? Project Zomboid? Never. Never heard of it. What is it? Unfortunately, I enjoy playing games. A zombie sim. I do enjoy playing like video games, but I don't get an awful lot of time to play them. It's like more often than not, if I'm playing games, I tend to play with my kids. So Minecraft sometimes. Me and Jake have been playing a game called Trinity Trigger recently. Went through the Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom together. So yes, we don't get a huge amount of time for games, but right, we're going to divide these now. Oh yeah, for sure, man. Like I'm getting Willow into it as well. Like Willow's full on Minecrafting at the moment, so she's really into it. So she'll sit there and play Minecraft with Jacob, and then want me to play with them both as well. So we play it on the floor on the 4 split screen. Um, but yeah, go in and play in things like trying to get him into the kind of games I like. I mean, Jacob's well in there. He loves all the games I like, but obviously I can't play things like Grand Theft Auto with him yet because he's like 10, a bit young for that kind of stuff, and things like Call of Duty. But yeah, totally play things like Zelda and Final Fantasy and things like that. I mean, the kid's a bloody gaming savant. He absolutely killed the Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom, completely on his own, without any help from me. Beat all of the bosses, and some of the bosses, like in the Zelda games, like typically for me, it was always like we have what do you call it now? So I'm trying to think about resolutions and stuff, and yap about games at the same time. So we have like I would go into do you know what? It's not the violence. I actually don't mind him running around clubbing people to death in the streets with that part of the game doesn't bother me. It's all the the hookers and all the other bits and bobs, all the seedy stuff I don't want to kind of like expose him to. Like I would quite happily let him play Assassin's Creed, if it was just going around like killing people and stuff like that. But like when you get to like what's his name now, in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, you've got your characters going around like seducing people and bedding them and stuff like that, and that's the bit that's like I want to keep him away from that a little bit longer. The violence thing, he takes it really well. Like we watch a load of anime together that's a little bit more highly rated. But I always have to vet it to make sure it's not like like where you had in Seven Deadly Sins when Meliodas runs up to I forget her name now, and just sticks his face between her boobs and motorboats and stuff like that. Like those kind of things I try and keep him away from. I don't mind the fighting and the violence and a bit of blood and stuff. We watched all of Full Metal Alchemist and he was absolutely fine with that. Yeah, the more sexually explicit stuff I'm trying to keep him off. It's like I know full well that one of the best games I've ever played is Saints Row, and I know he would absolutely love it. But I also know that you're beating people to death with. Yeah, you can come and fight Riot, please. That's fine. Giant purple phalluses, isn't it? That's what you're beating them to death with. And then you've got the what do you call it? Like there's a weapon called the Penetrator in it, which is like a rocket launcher that's got a probe on the end, and you run up to somebody and stick it up their bumhole and then shoot them into space. The game's crazy, but it's seedy and crazy, and it's the seedy bit I've got to keep him away from for a little bit, just a little bit longer. Like I say, he's 10 now, so he'll probably have been exposed to all this stuff through his mates by the time he's like 12 or whatever. So I don't think I've got much longer to try and preserve his innocence, but yeah, little Willow's a different story. She likes her a kind of a puzzly games, and she likes she's less into things like Zelda at the moment, but she does love Minecraft and Mario Kart. She's epic at Mario Kart. She's getting obviously good. Yeah, I mean, I've got a ridiculous library of games on Steam. Many of which I've never even played. I don't know if you guys have done the same. I subscribed to Humble Bundle for years. And I was just adding like, you know, a dozen games a month to my collection. It was stuff like I thought I'd never gonna play. And every so often you get some real gems in there. He's 10. Yeah, Jacob's 10 and Willow's 6. Right, so these 4 bits of a jacket now. What I've done is I've lined them all up roughly at the top, so they all meet. So what I've got to do now is I'm going to merge them all together. We're going to re-dynamesh everything into one piece. Save, and then I'm just going to go and just smooth it all in. Yeah, Humble Bundle's got to be one of the biggest gaming scams going, hasn't it? I mean, I subscribed to Xbox Live as well. Xbox Game Pass, sorry. And I found out, well, the reason I haven't even got an Xbox. The reason I found out about the Xbox thing, my brother's got an Xbox Game Pass and he was telling me about it. And he says you can play them all, play all the games on the PC. I'm like, well, that's interesting. I'll give that one a go. And yeah, turns out most of the games are PC compatible. And they're pretty decent and recent games as well, so it's not like they're all like old crap that you can't, you know, like the Humble Bundle stuff where it's all like these real dodgy indie games. Like on the Xbox Game Pass at the moment, they've got Octopath Traveler, they've got that Clair Obscur, Expedition 33. They've got some like proper top class games in there. What I'm doing here, by the way, I'm just controlling the folds a little bit more, the creases. So I'm smoothing out all of the surface crap on the model from the faces that I didn't bother to smooth out properly. And I'm just carving some angles into there because the angles make it a little bit more interesting as cloth. Yes, I'd definitely recommend anybody who's got a PC and plays games on it to look into the Xbox Game Pass. Aha. See that? So this area here where I've pulled it through from the other side. Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, being able to play Steam games on there. I'll tell you another thing I've only found out recently as well. I've got the Oculus headset, the MetaQuest. I can't remember which version of it is. It's an older one now. A couple of years old. I've only just found out I can play Steam games on it. You have to install the Steam app on it, and it lets you play Steam games through the Oculus instead of just playing the MetaQuest ones. I haven't got any that I can play. It's neither in or there in that respect, but. Half-Life Alyx. For VR. Is that a good one, is it? So polish these. I'm just going to do a little bit of. So low intensity, big brush size, and what happens is this, when you're doing something like this thin, it'll pull through from the other side. So you can build up your folds all the way through the model. By keeping the intensity low, you get to really build it up rather than have to do it all in one go. It requires cables from your PCT headset. Wow. Do you know what, the headset's my biggest beef with the whole thing at the moment. I know the newer ones, they're lighter weight and they're smaller lenses and things like that, but the weight of these things on your head when you're on it for a while, it's hardcore, isn't it? We did one, so my friend John, we did a VR experience at Resorts World in Birmingham, at one of these escape rooms, and it was oh, it's the weirdest thing, man. It was like the headset weighed an absolute ton. We were in there for 40 minutes, and I felt like my neck was like broken by the end of it. This headset was huge and weighed an absolute ton, and you were tethered to the ceiling by cables, so it was all like wired in, and you had this area you were allowed to be in, and obviously once you're in the game, you lose all concept of which direction you're facing and where you are in the room. And every so often this thing would come up on the screen, and basically it was because you tangled up all your cables, and by turning around too much, and it was like, oh, you've got to like turn 3 times to the left or something like that. You have to like stand there and like spin around on the spot like a plum. Yeah, it was it was disorientating, and then obviously your instinct is to walk. You want to go forward in something like that. You want to walk forward. You got to remember not to take a step forward. You've got to point with your clicker thing and click to go to the spot. It wasn't a fan. Yeah, that's it. Muscles like an F1, neck muscles like an F1 driver. Dealing with like G-force. I was going to blend the top into the rest of the jacket now. So here, oops. I'm just going to lay in a little bit of a filler there. See a little gap under here that I just need to close and fill. I have a few of these like this that need to be just tidied up and addressed. What I want to avoid here is supports in... Oh, stupid. Didn't realise I was masked up. I thought it was just shadow on the model. I want to avoid having to get supports underneath that jacket. So I just have to do a little bit of tidy up on it in a minute. Just going to get round the bottom trim here. Heavy sigh there from Mabel. There we go, our coat's all blended in. So build the coat, line up the tails, and then bring them together. Now I need to sort her hair out. Actually, do you know what? The first thing I need to sort out is the arms, isn't it? I've inadvertently screwed up a bit of this, so I'm just going to fix this. I think that's where the hair is going to stay. Right, originally I thought she had a big plait, but actually it looks like she's just got a big mass of long hair to the back. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring the back of the hair down like this. We're going to put a kink in it, and we're going to put some what I might do is I might put a band in the back. Yeah, I will actually. Let's keep it so it's like kind of tied back. This rain needs to go away, man. That is torrential. Can you guys hear that in the microphone, or is it just me that gets the pleasure of hearing my roof being beaten in with the fat rain? Kem or Sem over on YouTube. Thanks for the sub. Much appreciated. Jump in the chat, say hi if you're around. There's a little bow here. I've probably already sculpted a bow. I could probably just go and find one, but I'm going to spend 10 minutes trying to find it. I can spend about 5 minutes sculpting it, so let's do 5 minutes sculpting instead. So make a little rectangular shape. Go up to the cog on the... I always want to call it a widget. I can never remember if it's a widget or a gizmo. Gizmo, isn't it, they call it? Taper. I'm just going to pull that end in. Perfect. Trim dynamic. We're going to go to Dynamesh, put some resolution in there. Roll round as well. And at the top and the bottom, I'm just going to do a cutting. And we'll have two, well, say two of these. Let's put one in. One for now. I'll make it too thin. I'm gonna slice curve the bottom now. And then mirror and weld. There we go, perfect. Nice and quick hack to do a little pennant flag type thing. I'm going to shrink it, bring it up, swizzle it around. So exactly the same as I did with the coattails here. Duplicate them, put 2 of them in. And then in a little bit after I've done the hair, I'm just going to hide these. I'm going to do the hair first, and then after I've done the hair, I'm going to come back and I'm going to have those ribbons conform to the hair. I need to make sure there's no gaps between the hair and the ribbons though, because yeah, the gaps will cause me problems with the printing. It's with Sculptures Pro mode on. I'm just drawing some rough stranding. Right, and then I'm going to use curved tubes. I'm going to go to stroke, bend start, lock end, and then curve modifier, size, curve fall off. We're going to start large, we're going to taper down, we're going to go with a bit of a high curve on the fall, and then that is going to give me a strand like that. There we go, perfect. So about 20 is the sweet spot for this one, 20, 18, 20 kind of time. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to do how to pose your trot. I would have a look at things like, you know, like gorillas and things. Have a look at like an alpha gorilla. Asserting his dominance. That's the kind of thing I would be looking for as a visual reference. we're going to bump this up. We're going to do the resolution. About 1000, polish it. But those strands I've just put in, I'm going to do the orb cracks on them. Yeah, Raquel, when you're doing your troll's pose, use as much reference material as you can. If you just try and wing it and try and figure out how it's going to look yourself, you're going to end up with something that's like unconvincing and wooden. So I say go and have a look at like a silverback gorilla. Have a look at don't know what else might deliver. What else might deliver the goods there? Yeah, but you'll still get the gist of like the dominant kind of posing, if you know what I mean. You don't have to copy it exactly, but you can take inspiration from it and take cues from it. Sumo wrestler. It's quite. So the troll's quite. It's quite a skinny, lanky troll. It's got the kind of Grendel. Is it Grendel? It's got kind of Grendel vibes going on from the Beowulf saga. So rather than being like a big, chunky hunchback troll, this one's quite a. It's quite a tall, skinny. Kind of reminded me a little bit, like facially and stuff, of almost like a hobgoblin kind of look. It's a cool sculpt actually, but it's I understand where he's getting this idea of like yeah, but the problem is Grendel's a mythological creature, and you can get artistic reference on it. Yeah, there you go, like a lean forest troll. The problem you have with it is if you use other artists' drawings, illustrations, whatever else as reference, if they've made any mistakes whilst you're learning, you end up compounding their mistakes. So you absorb their information, including their mistakes, and then incorporate that into your own work. And if you're in a position where you don't know better, you know, you haven't studied anatomy and you don't know about like, you know, like posing so much. If it's the posing information you're looking for, if they've buggered it up, you're going to bugger it up more, and you're going to struggle to make it look good, even though you're kind of looking at something that you quite like. And it's one of the tricky things about trying to take a cue from a 2D illustration into a 3D model. So you've got a nice concept artist dude to draw it. A chimpanzee could do it. I mean, see, it's a very humanoid creature. I'd almost say you want to go somewhere between like a tribal kind of champion, a tribal kind of like show them. Okay, let me grab it on the screen. Find that chat. Okay, there he is. So he's got like the big hands, he's got like the big tusks, like clumpy fur all over his body, like rough coarse fur, and he's got these kind of like the wolf type legs, type feet, werewolf type feet. There's a model I sculpted years ago that you could possibly take off on that one. Let me just find it. I mean, a log club would be cool, mate. But when you do it, incorporate all like here's an idea you could go for. See if I find a render of it. Struggling to find yeah, the long fingers will be a bit of a pain, but you chop them into chunks, mate, it'll make your life a little bit easier. I am really struggling to find something here that would be useful to you. Look, it'll be my archive files from ages ago. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, just killed my music. Oops. Do you know what? I'll dig it out for you, mate. I'll find you something later on. Okay. There's a particular render of there's 2 or 3 models that I've done that are like werewolfy, that I think would be great for you to use as like a basis. Back on. Okay, let's come back to her anyway. So, happy with the hair. Oops. She's having a right old snore on the sofa, she is. She being Mabel, of course. It's nice to see, actually. She's normally like under the desk, like curled up around my feet, and it's like it's stifling. It's nice that she started to take her own space a bit. So she's about 1.5 years old now, so. When you're doing hair, by the way, don't be afraid to get in there and spend a little bit of time cleaning it up. So don't feel like, draw the stroke and you're done. Isn't necessarily enough sometimes. You might have to come back in with the H polish and just do a little bit of tidy up like I'm doing now. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you want to make sure it flows right. You don't want it to look rough and unfinished. You also don't need to sculpt every single strand when you're doing hair. Talk about heavy breathing, man. There you go, she's getting there, isn't she? Oh, we got a raid in from Mike. Good afternoon, Mr. Mike. How are we doing? Thank you for dropping in. Welcome, raiders. Shadow Wolf, Spotty Shark. Thank you for joining. Avata. You too. Doing really good, thanks, Mike. Just doing the final character for Crystal Collapse before we draw a line under it and push into production. I say push into production. I've got production going on full tilt in my back of my office, so it's yeah, busy times, man. Yeah, let me just jump onto camera at the moment. I just clocked Mabel in the back of the camera there. Let's spread eagle on the sofa. Bless her. How's everybody doing then? Everybody keeping well? I'm sure Mike's already introduced me, and she is a nutter, isn't she? Look at her just there. Yeah, I'm sure if you come through Mike's stream, you already know where I am. But yeah, just a beautiful cat. It's a cockapoo. You right, Mabel? Give me a side eye. What's up? What's up with the tiles? Why can't you progress with them? Mabel, stop licking your bits. People don't want to see it. Yeah, so anybody who doesn't already know, 47 kilograms. What, you can't move on with them, or you can't bear to. All right, fair enough then. Easy done, mate. Easy done. Yeah, so anybody who doesn't already know me, I'm down at the Lions Tower, so I do all the sculpting and 3D printing and T-boy, IT dude, all that kind of stuff. It's just me on the Todd. So I make a whole range of miniatures for Dungeons & Dragons, tabletop wargaming. What are you doing, mate? I just adjusted you both. Yeah, we've got Crystal Collapse going on at the moment. It's in its like final few days before we close up the pledge manager for it. Close up the late pledge opportunities, and we move on to the pledge manager. The model on screen I've been working on is one of the last characters for it. Yeah, no worries, mate. Crack on. Go grab some grub and lurk away, mate. Thanks for dropping in. I appreciate the raid, mate. So yeah, guys, the stuff I do, it's all D&D compatible, apart from Crystal Collapse, which is a 40mm scale, so we're working on a bigger scale for that one. But we do have all of the Final Fantasy miniatures if you haven't already seen them. So this is Tamara. This is the artwork she's working from, or I'm working from. So I've just got to make a spear next. That'll be the next bit I'm doing. So yeah, get cracking on her spear, and we can get her finished off today, hopefully. You've got me for about another hour and a half or so before I've got to go and pick up the kids. So Curious, how are you doing? Thanks for joining the stream. Right then, so we've got let me give you a little show of what's going on here with the awesome sauce. Right, so we've got here we go. This is my website. We've got the Fable Fantasy setup here. So these are all 40mm scales. If you click on the link there, you get the rule cards, the profile cards, to be able to use them for Crystal Collapse. And we've got basically all your favourites from Final Fantasy VII in swimwear and in normal gear. We've got Don Cornetto, we've got the Turks, Rufus and Darkstar. So if you're a fan of Final Fantasy VII, be sure to go and check them out. And if you've ever been dabbling or considered Crystal Collapse as an option, you might want to pick a few of them up and you can get stuck in with the game as well. Okay, let's crack on with the sculpting anyway. Number 14. Which one was 14 now? That's the online one, isn't it? So I'll get confused when people put a number on that one. I know it's number 14, but yeah, it's a really good one. That is. I played that for years. I haven't played it for a while now, but I was a massive fan of that one. I played it before they released all of the upgrade packs, expansion packs for it. Right, so let's bake a hair into the body. Guys, I don't know if it's of any interest to anybody as well. I've got at the moment a project running which I've just set up, which is called School. It's the Lionstown Miniatures Academy. We're just starting it up, tying into a sculpting course I'm about to start running. It's free to join, and it's all to do with miniatures from an end-to-end point of view. Yeah, get them a hat. Go for it. So this is just a community page where you can come and join. You can come and learn about basically miniatures from start to finish. So everything from character concepting and design through to sculpting, supports, printing, painting. We're doing challenges on here. trying to up your game, basically anything to do with the miniatures hobby, going into also monetizing your work. So if you've ever thought about running a side hustle, or you want to kind of, do sculpting or something to do with model making as a job, or even just a 3D printing business, I'll be talking about where to post the files, where you can host them, where you can sell them, advertising and things like that. So you can pick my brains as much as you like. And the idea is you want to build a community of people here. It's only a few days old. It's why there's so few people on it. But yeah, the whole point is that it's a everybody can share information with each other, and then I'm there to kind of like, to drive it and steer it essentially. Let me just pop the link into the chat if anybody wants to sign up. I say completely free. There's no charges or anything on there. But do come and join me. Where's my mouse gone? Here we go. Right, spear on her now. So save it first. Save regularly with ZBrush because it's a pig for crashing. And right, so we've got like a funky shaped spear here. So let's start with a cube. We're going to go into solo mode, geometry shadow box, bump the resolution up, and we'll turn it on. Okay, so I want to draw pointy ends to about that. This doesn't have to be perfect, by the way. This is just a rough block out shape we can use to start with. Fill that. Anybody's got any questions or you just want to chat away, do feel free to jump in. You have to ask questions, you just tell me about what you're up to today. When I'm working here like this, it's like you guys are my you're like my work colleagues. Keeping me company and otherwise sane. Oh, nice. What are you sculpting, crazy? Let's turn it to the front. I just need to drop a block in there to get a mesh. Turn shadow box off. There we go. We've got a shape. I only need this middle bit, so let's whoops. Fantasy night. Hey, if you want to share a link, mate, feel free. I can put it up on screen, or I can put it up off screen, so I can have a little nosy at what you're doing. Okay, so with the weapon, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring it really close in. I'm going to make it. Oh God, I'm going to make it super thin, and I'll widen it out afterwards. So I'm going to use trim dynamic, symmetry on, x-axis I think. Yep. Actually, that's not a spike on this one. It is. It's a blade now. Don't think it was on the original drawing, but it now is a blade. If you've not seen me do this before, guys, I don't really model anything in like, I don't do any like box modeling or poly modeling. It's all sculpted. So weapon, hard surface stuff, everything gets sculpted for me. And I'll need to tie up with Mike soon, and we'll have to organise some more Moansverse sculpts for him, because it's been a while since I've done one of them. Crazy Jaws, you on my Discord server, dude, or the school community? I think where's best for you to share it. Oh, awesome sauce. I'm saying that too much today. I need to stop it. Not my catchphrase. Promise you. Just switch it up and go for Fandabidozi or something like that. Ah, no worries. It was just me sharpening blades. This is the problem with anime and JRPG type things. When you start doing like weapons, they become obscene. They're just absolutely like outlandish. Well, there's that too. Do you know recently, I think it was the bank holiday weekend, just like last weekend I think it was, wasn't it? Do you know what? I used to use Blender. I used to use Blender for blades and all this kind of stuff, and then over the years I've just figured out better ways of doing it. I'll show you a tip for a sword in a minute that might come useful for you. You can sculpt a sword in like no time flat in ZBrush. But yeah, curious. What I was saying was last weekend I went to Kenilworth Castle, and they had it was the Knights tournament they had going on. So they had like a jester there, they had like medieval music and all this kind of business. And we got to see all of like the knight's armor and everything that they were wearing. And they were all like telling us about what they, you know, how you get it on. You can get to like dress a knight basically. Like see the headache that goes into it. But ultimately, the Knights tournament was just these four guys in plate mail and chainmail knocking 10 bells out of each other and fighting for victory over a series of tournament rounds. All very entertaining. I will also add they were absolutely 100% hamming it up. They were doing like WWE style, like, you know, characters and all this kind of business. Do you know, I would as well actually. I wouldn't mind doing that. Except I will also say it was 35 degrees in the sun, and these poor buggers were there in full plate mail. And plate mail isn't just plate mail on its own. There's like layers and layers of padding under it and stuff. So like the poor buggers, when they took their helmets off at the end, the sweat dripping off their heads. You know, that they were Yeah, but 40 while you're in your own, you know, easy bake oven. That's a different kettle of fish, that is, isn't it? You'll be forging the fires of hell to do that one. Yeah, respect to the guys for it, but God, that would have it would have been absolutely vicious, I think, being inside that armor. And then they had to post for photo opportunities at the end. So like everybody was like, "Oh, we want the pictures. I want the photo with the red knight." All the ladies chasing after Mr. Blue and his magnificent hair. Yeah, they'd done the whole thing where they'd got a storyline and everything with it, and it was all very entertaining. You could kind of see who was going to win in the end, though. Right. Just doing a little bit of superficial surface detailing, just to add a little bit of interest to the weapon. Unfortunately, on the actual drawing, all this is a series of scribbles, so I've got to try and figure it out myself. But actually, let's get to here. Better. Longer blade. So let's do a little bit of a Right, now the spear shaft, we need that to be at least 1.2 millimeters in diameter. Before I do this, I'm just going to go and I'm going to go to the ends. I'm going to crease edge loop. And divide, divide, divide. Make it nice and smooth. Keep the edges nice and sharp and flat. Where's my spearhead? Let's come in and sharpen up the edges here. So here, guys, I've got a concept I'm working to, but I can't really follow it too precisely because it's a little bit... What's the word? Implicit? No? As in the suggestion of detail there, but the detail's not there to actually copy. to make it up as I go. Okay, right then, so that's the tip of the spear done. We've got the shaft of the spear is just pretty straight, and I'm going to get down to the tip of the bottom. So I'm just going to take the top bit that I've just done, I'm going to duplicate it. Right, we're going to mirror it on the Z-axis, I think it is. Yeah, that's right. Okay, mirror it on the Z-axis, and then we're going to drag it down here. I'm going to stick it on the bottom, and I am going to basically chop it up and move it around and trim it and stuff. I've just realised I'd been far better off taking the other side. Let me just see if I've got a better picture of the spear tip on a different image. No, it's still behind his head. Okay. No dramas. So this is me just reforming the spear head into a completely different shape. To use as the tip of the spear from the other end. Right then. Going to shrink that bottom bit touch because it's too big. There we go. Let's merge the weapon, the tip and the shaft. Save this as Tamara's spear. Save it. Cheers, O'Keller. Export that out, drop it into the component library. Weapons, polearms, save. Make sure symmetry turned off now. So one of the things she does actually in the game, I mean, she's pretty savage, but she's got two main aspects to her. So the first one is basically she just runs through anyone, and anybody she runs through takes damage. So in itself is pretty vicious because she's on a bird that's got an awful lot of movement. The second thing that she does, which is pretty cool, is she's got I can't remember what the actual attack's called, but she uses a spear to skewer you, causes damage, but then she gets a free movement at the end of it. So with her move, she can basically deposit you somewhere else on the board. So drop you elsewhere on the gaming table. So if you actually look at a stat profile, it looks a little bit underwhelming, but when you take into consideration how she hurts you, she doesn't really need the stat profile to do that. Because she can still attack you, but she can also just walk past you and damage you, because you've got this like bird with these massive, great big talons and a big pecking beak, and you've got the her on the back with a double-bladed spear to be able to kind of tear you to pieces. Split masked. always tricky posing a hand like this. Do you know what? I'm going on the basis here that I'm going to attach the arm to the model. Actually, it might be better for me to keep it separated. Let's try a different pose. Let's go for... Absolute favourite part of sculpting models is posing the hands. And of course I'm lying as I say that. I hate doing it. Save it because I don't want to lose that again. Okay, doke. Right then. So I think, I think for her, what I'm gonna do, I think I'm gonna mount. Excuse me. I think I'm gonna mount the legs to the bird, so that can all be printed as one piece. And then the upper body will be a separate piece. So I need to key in the legs so that the legs have got like a little plug that goes into the top of the body, or vice versa. And then the arm is going to have to be a separate piece as well. I'll have a shoulder mount on here, probably. Maybe I'll do it at the elbow. Could do it at the elbow. No, we'll do shoulder. We'll do the shoulder, it's easier. Okay, just gonna scrub the joint of the wrists. And the joints on the fingers as well. So I'm going over here. Let's get the hand joined in. Okay, look. So I'm going to take this arm, and split that off. Merge this one back in with the body. I'm going to take the legs off. Save it. Right, so here, right, let's just merge these together. Make a little belt buckle quickly. Right, so first thing I'm going to do is dynamesh this one. I think it's already dynamesh, but let's just make sure. And we're going to go to the cog. bend curve. Okay, same for the next one. Save this. Okay, pretty happy with that now. One thing I need to do is I need to put like a trapezoid shape on here. So that little peg in there will fit inside the torso. Oh, wiping me out this is. These are some basing details as well. Bizarrely, I might have managed to make a fit on a 30mm base. I don't know if it should be stable on a 30mm base, but 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So she's about 65 millimeters tall, give or take. That's pretty decent going. Okay, I'm going to stop there because I need to start gearing up to get the kids. So whether or not I'm on stream again tomorrow, I can't say right now. So I may be up tomorrow. I'd like to be on tomorrow, but we'll have to just play it by ear and see. There we go. Channel. Let's see who's online. Brush for hire. Let's go drop in on brush for hire. Guys, I'm going to say thank you now. Thank you all for joining me. It's been a pleasure having you all drop in. Thank you again to Mike. Thank you to all the guys who just followed me as well. So I missed the follow notifications. Forge the Wolf, T-Bear1, Goliath Games. Thank you all. And again, thanks to Mike for the raid. I'm going to go drop over to Brush for Hire now. And yeah, follow the channel. Jump onto Crystal Collapse if you haven't already. You only got a few days to get all of the stuff at the bargain game fan prices. Let me just get you the link for that one finally before we go. And then I'm going to drop you out. There you go. Get a pledge in before we close the late pledge opportunities. And we're all good. Okay, guys, thank you all again. It's been a massive pleasure. And do come again. Let's find my raid button. There we are. Go. Going? Oh, I can't see it in this window, can I? There we go. Alright guys, thank you all again. It's been a huge pleasure. And we're about to go. Congratulations, Taters. Thanks so much. Say bye, Mabel. See you all, guys. Thanks again. Take care.